Good afternoon, colleagues. I believe we do have quorum by two-committee rule. So if you could press your roll call button and we can reconvene and exit out of recess. We have Chair Eugenio Charles Newton here with us in the chambers. And we also have Honorable Shauna Ann Plow here with us in the chamber. Thank you, colleagues. We do have 11 present. Yeah, that is including the chair. And it is, we do meet the two-committee rule for quorum. Thank you, colleagues, and we will reconvene and exit out of recess at 3:31 p.m. Colleagues, we do still have a set agenda. Just a recap, this is our third day on the Oversight Budget Special Meeting of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. And we do have two legislations that were tabled, legislation 0198-23 and legislation 0195-23. Colleagues, since we are still on these legislations, I'm going to ask for a volunteer for anyone who would like to chair the Naa'bik'iyati Committee meeting. Are there any volunteers? Colleagues, koto shakat hedatla shakat dolwal to help chair the meeting if there's any volunteer. Okay, we do have volunteer by Chair Eugenio Charles Newton to preside the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So on the agenda, we did call the meeting to order. We also did a roll call. At this time, we are in vocation, but I believe that Health, Education, Human Services met this morning, as well as Law and Order Committee. At Law and Order Committee, we did have Delegate Shiaj, Delegate Herman Daniels, who provided the invocation. So I think we can go ahead and use that invocation from this morning and go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, which is technically the legislation. I believe it was legislation 0198-23 was tabled. And we do need a motion to take that legislation off the table. So do we have a motion? Motion made by Delegate Chair Shundeen Parrish, second by Chair Amber Crotty. Okay, I believe that the motion to take off the table, we did get a motion and a second, and I don't think that per tabling motion rule 18E, a motion to take the legislation from the table is not debatable, so we'll go ahead and go straight to vote on this. Oh, I found it. Delegate Yanito, I believe you may have a few seconds left to vote. Who else do we have? Okay, voting is closed. We have 10 in favor, 0 opposed, 12 who are not voting. Are we on the two committee rule? Okay. So colleagues, we are on the two committee rule. For the new delegates who are here and don't know about the two committee rule, as long as there are two members from each of the standing committees, we can proceed forward, even though we don't have a majority of the council delegates in the chamber. So we are on a two committee rule at this time. Take a look around to make sure that you and maybe if you and one other delegate is on a committee, that means that you can leave the floor to go to the bathroom, but you cannot leave the chambers. Otherwise, we will break quorum as long as we don't meet majority and we are on the two committee rule. So now that the legislation has been taken off the table, legislation number 0198-23 is being called back. This is the budget, the 2024 budget fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Executive Office as for the comprehensive budget. So I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the sponsors at this time. I believe that before we went into recess yesterday, there was some questions regarding the budget as a whole and whether the budget was properly being reported. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over now to the sponsor, Speaker Crystalline Curley. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and thank you, colleagues, again for bringing this legislation out of table and to reconsider the legislation this evening or this afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to discuss these two important legislations this afternoon. And yesterday, following the discussions and recommendations, there were several requests that was made to the executive offices for several breakdowns of the budget forms. So those clarifications have been made, and I do have my agent here, Deputy Chief of Staff within the Office of the President and Vice President, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, who will be here with us throughout this afternoon to answer any more further questions on any of the budgets that are within their oversight. So, colleagues, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Mitchell to explain some of the questions that were raised yesterday.
Thank you. Ado Katna. Kudo budget igi kudo banaholji shanaholji. Ado Dana. There was two questions from Ninantai, Mr. James, Honorable James, and then also Ms. Jesus. Ado let me go ahead and cover. I'll wait for her to pass out the revised. It doesn't change the numbers. It doesn't change the numbers, just for your information. The numbers right here, the front page, it's the same as the one in the binder. It's the one in the binder. It's the same thing. The numbers don't change. They just need some, they just needed some clarification. Although Mr. Honorable James, the Form 3 by personnel. I went ahead and had personnel meet on. We met on this again. One of the things that Mr. James was saying was that the numbers don't add up. Meaning the 30. When you look at the budget form on Part 4, 30, says 30 positions. Though could you 30, but in your budget form, budget form 4 of 9, when it was broken down, it says President a salary. Vice President, so that's the top line. The bottom line, that's where he was saying, when you add these up, it doesn't add up, no. But we add it up, and it does add up. So that was the change that we made. So this Form 3 was reissued by personnel this morning. The other one is Ms. Jesus. On the 3220 line item, the personal travel, she wanted broken down in each of the sub-account, like the 3240 all the way down to the 3290. So this one should equal the 100,000. E kwagi hatzi, so di inalia isha, also the president and vice president. But then bottom line, the numbers, the amount didn't change. It was just clarification on the number of positions. On office of the president and vice president. The other one was also the same. Oops. For protection services, pretty much the same thing. There was no changes on the bottom line, the amounts, nothing. It was just clarification on the personnel. So personnel ran another Form 3. As you can see, they're dated and signed, A6. Though when you go to 2110, there's 5 executive protection and then 1 protection supervisor. So that adds up to 6. So those were the only change, clarification that was needed on the executive protection. Since Mr. James is here, maybe you can repeat again? Okay. Sinanda, Mr. James, Honorable James, the changes again. So let me go ahead and go over it. So we make the changes on it ties in with the numbers and all that. The bottom dollar amount, it doesn't change. It just adds up to 30 personnel. Executive protection, it's a personnel, but initial they issued Form 3. So Speaker Pro Tem, Chair Pro Tem. So those were the recommended changes that was recommended. Also, Mr. James, the other one was the Ms. Jesus sort of wanted a detail. So sort of broke out the subline items. So with that, Chair Pro Tem, those were the recommended changes from yesterday. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, does that conclude your, thank you. So with that, committee members, I believe that Mr. Mitchell stands for questions at this time regarding the budget for the office of the president and vice president. We do have in the queue, Chair Shundeen Parrish, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Pro Tem of Naa'bik'iyati and Chair of Law and Order Committee, Eugenia Charles Newton, for recognizing me. And good afternoon to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I just have a follow-up question to some of the questions that were asked yesterday. I believe Chair Eugenia Charles Newton asked yesterday of the executive staff assistants assigned to the office of the president and vice president, how many were assigned to the vice president? And I know, Mr. Mitchell, you're asking for 3 additional positions because you've identified and explained to the council that they will be used for more field work. So I guess, what are the current executive staff assistants assigned? Are they assigned primarily to Windrock? How is are there already executive staff assistants in the field? Because for the president's office, there's over 20 staff assistants, but there's some divisions and departments that need more staff. And Mr. Mitchell, as you were a part of the Budget and Finance Committee oversight discussion this morning, we were with the Division of Community Development with the CHID program and the need at the Division of Community Development when we're talking about the need for building out the projects, the New Mexico outlay projects, also the allocations that have been made by the state of Arizona. So the Division of Community Development has already made those identifications, and you were a part of the discussion this morning. So again, how will the Office of the President and Vice President justify the additional positions with the positions that are already there, with the salaries that they're making when other divisions need more staff? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Parrish. So we don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
The staffing for Office of the President, Vice President. We have right now, we have staff, 27 as total. Although you have President and Vice President, and then Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel. Although you have 3 office administrative assistant. 4, 5, 6, 7, 20, and then front office. So you have like 17 that I'll be talking about. 16, 17. We have two vacants now, but two more will be coming on board next week. There's two people that, one resigned a while back, although ato filled nata. 2 will be coming on board. One Monday and then the other one the following week. So the way it's structured right now. In my opening remarks, I said we've been closed for the last couple of years due to COVID. We wanted to increase the staff. So the staff, there's 6 that are assigned at the field agency. One just floats as a floater. Like Western, it's a big area, Western, to cover for one person. Though Fort Defiance, it's Fort Defiance agency is sort of compact chapters. So there's 6 out there. Though there's 3 that are in office along with myself. 4 along with myself. We're in the office because we're seeing a lot of increase in constituents that are coming to the office. So we have mainly 4 in there with myself. Although the others are assigned divisions to help the divisions, although mainly with ARPA projects, although since a lot of times divisions need help in pushing 164s and pushing other documents through for the divisions. So those are the functions that we have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, does that conclude your answering questions at this time? Thank you for that. Colleagues, we do have Chair Shandine Parrish in the queue. The floor is yours, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Eugene and Charles Newton, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for generally answering the question. But I think the part of the question that wasn't answered was how many staff are assigned to the Vice President? And the second part, thank you for touching on the work that the president's doing in regards to the ARPA expenditure rate. However, the president also has not expended 91% of his budget. So, Mr. Mitchell, what is the president's plan if that's a priority to spend down those dollars? Why are you, Mr. Mitchell, on behalf of the Office of the President and Vice President, asking for more general fund dollars when you're expecting your divisions and departments to use those ARPA dollars before they expend the general fund dollars, as you can see in many of the budget cuts? So what is the president's office doing to reflect the same principle that the Office of the President is also pushing onto the departments? What is the Office of the President and Vice President doing to expend those ARPA dollars? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Parrish. We also have another delegate in the lineup, Delegate Claw. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem. I would just like to ask the question back to Mr. Mitchell. Yesterday, I did inquire about the Youth Council. That went unanswered, so I am going to present those questions to you again. The questions I posed were, what is the priorities, or what are the priorities of the Youth Council, and how will they be working with all three branches of the Navajo Nation government? I also asked if there were any current vacancies in the membership, and then I also wanted to find out how will they be working with our Navajo Nation youth in the programs. So with that, Madam Chair Pro Tem, I will go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Claw. Speaker Curley, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you and your agent to answer questions posed by Chair Parrish and Delegate Claw. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, for allowing us to give responses to those questions from Chair Shondine Parrish and also Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Those questions are particularly to the executive offices, so I will return the floor over to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. The question on who's assigned to Vice President. Within the Office of the President, if Vice President needs somebody to be assigned, then she'll ask for that help. So whoever that needs help, the President or the Vice President, on your question again, who's how many is assigned? If she needs help out in the field, then there's staff assistants that are available to help. And then the other question, the ARPA manigi. Yesterday's presentation on the ARPA, there was some errors that were made on the assigned ARPA. So let me just go to the tab here. Also the President and Vice President. Lay Form 6. There's an ARPA project in the amount of 21,820,607. On top, Part 2, it has OPVP, FRF office. So this is Town Platero, Ajabata Inishigi, DDG 8. So when you look at the personnel, he has numerous personnel over there. So this is who's using this K account. Although when you look into that same packet, you have OLC HVAC. So yesterday too, we said we probably need an amendment to take this out. This belongs to legislative branch. The next one again, update Navajo Nation Code, ka 600,000. It belongs to the legislative branch, though. So those two, there's another one that needs to be taken out. Though the next one, again, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, 15 million. This is under the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. I think there's a document that will be going through on this one again. So Navajo Hopi Land Commission again. Though the next one is Office of Legislative Counsel IT upgrade. This one too belongs to the legislative branch, and the amount of 119,000. The next one, Navajo housing, 45,311. Ties into veterans. Although we're still on our tribal enrollment of 1.5 million. This one for vital records. Although the Utah Digital Access Plan, I think Mr. Daniel might be aware of this. I think this belongs to a chapter, 30,000 for Utah. We're still trying to figure this out, where this goes. So what I told Mr. Botero and OMB, I told them that we need to re-meet on this one before Budget and Finance Committee adjourns. That way we have true external numbers, because we're trying to put a comprehensive budget together. So the on the ARPA, the monies. So these were admin monies. Although across the board, there's minimal expenditure. So when I came in the last part of June, I said we need to start spending some of these monies. So issue, we need to expend it. To division directors. So those are the monies that are still with ARPA, although with other divisions, within the government. Although Ms. Claude United and yesterday when I went back across, the main purpose of this youth council that was put back in place, because of membership. But the main purpose that was put in place is provide technical assistance to the three branches, meaning the legislative branch, judicial branch, and executive branch. The appointments, membership, I'm not too sure, Ms. Claw, but I'll go ahead and find that out and send an email. I know that they were lacking membership. They were lacking membership now, and they haven't met in quite a while. Although the other one was that they needed to work with ODY. ODY sort of provided the administrative assistant, and they were supposed to also get candidates from each agency to represent the membership again. That's ODY providing the admin support. But I'll send you additional information when I get them. So, Chair, those are my response to the two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for providing the responses to the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Good afternoon again, colleagues. We are back to the floor, and we do have new in queue, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, for recognizing me. And Mr. Mitchell, I appreciate the updated information provided to us So I know that you went through the staffing, and there was the question that I had also asked in terms of, how many staff assistants have been assigned to the vice president. Your response, if she needs help in the field, staff assistants are available to assist. That doesn't really answer the question. When I first met with the vice president, I did ask that question. So this was after inauguration, I did meet with the vice president, and she said she had one staff assistant, and then I think she had one scheduler. And then I believe at that time there was only one protection service agent who was assigned to her. So I'm thinking that's 3. And then I see the additional request for 3 more executive staff assistants. So I think we need to know what her staff is. And I'm really, I guess, maybe concerned. And then also, I just think it's really unfair that the fact that a woman stepped up to be vice president, and that was used during the campaigning as well as the election of President Nygren, and the office of the president and vice president is not really helping her. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think it's very unfair to have 17 executive assistants, 2 staff assistants, 3 admin assistants, 1 chief of staff, 1 legal counsel, possibly all working for the president. Well, maybe 16 executive staff assistant, 1 staff assistant. And then in terms of the executive protection agent, that was also the budget form that has been sent to us. I learned this morning that the First Lady hired her father to be her security. And I questioned. I've asked staff, and all of the response from your office has been yes. I was also informed that he was reporting to Director Anderson because I asked, how are they going around the anti-nepotism law that's currently in place? And I was told that he reports to Director Anderson. However, this morning at the Law and Order Committee, when I asked Director Anderson on the record if he is supervising, he said no, he is not supervising. So it brings to question, how can the First Lady hire her father to be the protection agent? Number 1. Number 2 is I understand that that he is not qualified for this position. How are we bending the rules for qualification to allow the father to be hired? And yet we can't do that for our law enforcement, when our law enforcement are out there protecting all the Navajo people. Mr. Mitchell, what happens in your office is shared with delegates. We know what is happening in that office. So no matter how you guys try to cover this up, it's not going to be covered up. I think that the additional $70,000 that is going to her office will be for her father. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I need clarification. I need to know how we bend the rules to hire our family, but we can't bend the rules to hire the people to protect. How we can't bend the rules to hire individuals to protect the Navajo people. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I'm hoping that you can say that no, and that when an audit is done, we will not see his name being paid by that office. So I need some clarification on that. The $75,000 increase to the First Lady's office, as I stated yesterday, this is not personal. I had this very same issue when President Naz was president, and I questioned, whether we should even have a First Lady's office. Because me personally, I think that notion of stand by your man was a 1960s, 70s, 80s, thing. We are now in a new century where women have jobs, where women are sometimes, in some cases, the breadwinner. So I don't understand why we have a First Lady office when the First Lady is volunteer basis. She doesn't get paid for it, but she has staff and she has a traveling budget. I think that if the First Lady wants to go to work, then we, the Navajo people, should support her and say, yes, go back to work, because that's what we encourage our young girls to do. Go get an education, go back to work. And yes, in some cases, you may be the breadwinner. So I think that in that sense, this is going to be a conversation that we should be having within these next 3.5 years, whether we should continue with that office, because when a woman becomes Navajo Nation president, and I'm not saying if, I am saying when a woman becomes the Navajo Nation president, then her husband is going to be expected to carry on the responsibilities as the first woman, when technically he would be the first man. And I don't know of very many men who want to be in that volunteer position to support and to carry this on. I think that idea is aged, and I support the First Lady if she wants to go back out and she wants to get a job. I support her with that, but I do not support, and I will not support the $70,000 increase for her office. As I stated yesterday on the record, she is not an elected official. The Vice President is an elected official. So I cannot give $70,000 to her office without asking the questions of how the Vice President is being cared for, and asking those questions about their staff assistant, asking questions about what your office is doing to support her initiatives as Vice President. I do have an amendment that I would like to propose at this time, Chair Pro Tem. The amendment, Dana, I know you sent me the amendment yesterday. I was able to look it over. If you could send that out to the entire 25th Navajo Nation Council. But the amendment is to take that $75,000 from the First Lady's office and to give to Miss Navajo office. Because we have heard from Miss Navajo on many occasions that their budget has not been increased, that they still are struggling. And in fact, I believe, was there a letter that we got from Ms. Navajo saying that her, there's been many requests for her to actually go out into the communities, which is what she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be the ambassador of the Navajo Nation, representing the Navajo people. So I think if anything, her budget should be increased, so that will allow her to go out and to represent the Navajo Nation. And I think that from my understanding, and I was going back because I believe it was in 2020, there was a legislation proposed by Speaker Damon to change the way that Miss Navajo's office is functioning. That legislation never went through, but we were provided a history at that time of the Miss Navajo office. So I want to ask my colleagues at this time for their support, because that budget hasn't been increased for quite some time. And if anything, I believe that they get, a scholarship of $15,000? That also hasn't been increased. And I've also learned when President Nygren called the emergency Nabi meeting to increase his travel budget, when he called that meeting, we learned that that Miss Navajo's apartment really needed to be addressed, and that was included in the emergency budget. And I did argue that it should not be included in the emergency budget, but it should be presented during regular budget. We are now at regular budget, and I don't see that information in the budget itself. However, interestingly enough, I've also learned, and again, this is from driving past the president's house, that they're remodeling his house. And, you know, I don't understand why they're remodeling his house. We just learned, colleagues, that one of our staff, a woman, our staff, who we speak up for, who we say, you know, does a good job, is homeless, living out of her car right now, sleeping at the truck stop because she can't get into employee housing, because everybody is focused on getting the president's his house remodeled, and that no new housing is approved until October. And I just spoke to Speaker about it. She's not able to move into her house until after October 1st. So even what she needs done for her home is not happening. So I am starting to see that based on the budget here, you guys had additional funds that you guys could have really helped the Navajo people with. And instead, I'm seeing all of that money going to President Nygren and to his wife. That sets a bad tone, and that tells you where the priority is. I say that because this morning at our Law and Order Committee meeting, we learned that President Naz gave $500,000 from his own budget to emergency management, so that our emergency management could respond to emergencies within the Navajo Nation, where communities like Chinle, where there were emergencies, he took that out of his budget and he put it into emergency management. And what are we seeing with this administration? $70,000 to the First Lady, a whole house being remodeled, and everybody else being put on the wait list. That is not a good tone to set for this administration. So I will say, Mr. Mitchell, and I know that you're very limited in what you can say and the way that you respond, which is why I'm saying it on the record. And I did text President Nygren this morning to tell him how disappointed I was to hear these things, and I have not got a response back yet. So we can't keep doing this. We cannot put ourselves first before the Navajo people. I do not recall anybody saying that when they were out campaigning. And so I think that, and at the same time, colleagues, just know that this $70,000, the way that it's being moved around, we can't move it completely to a different, like I can't move it to Division of Public Safety. I think it would take some time to do that. But what I can do is I can move it within the office of the President and Vice President, which is why I feel at this point, since the First Lady, since Miss Navajo has come before this council, has talked to us, has represented us, has been out there, has been a good ambassador, not only the current Miss Navajo, but all Miss Navajos, which include 2 of our colleagues who are here today. They deserve to have an increase in their budget, and I believe they haven't had an increase for quite some time. So, Chair, I want to ask you to recognize my motion at this time, and I hope that I can get a second and that we get a favorable vote to give Ms. Navajo the money that she needs to travel to continue to be a goodwill ambassador for our Navajo people and for the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for the questions posed to the Office of the President and Vice President. I will recognize the motion on the floor, colleagues. A motion has been made for amendment number 2. And could we have the amendment read into record, Ms. Cook?
Amendment number 2 is a budget amendment for legislation 0198-23. This is to move funds from 103006, Office of the First Lady, to 103005, Office of Miss Navajo. On the left side column, there's a listing of line items, 3,000 travel expense, 7,000 from object code, 3,000 travel expense, 17,000 for Miss Navajo. 3,500 meeting expense, 20,000. Move to 4,000 supplies, 8,000 for Office of Miss Navajo. 4,000 supplies, amount is 15,000. Move to 6,500 contractual services of 25,000. 5,000 lease and rental is 10,000. So that adds up to the 25,000. We have 6,500 contractual services, 10,000. Move to 7,000 special transactions for the Office of Miss Navajo. Then we have 7,000 special transactions, 13,000. Move to 8,000 public assistance, 13,000. Total amount to be transferred from Office of First Lady is 75,000. Transferred to Office of Miss Navajo is 75,000. Pro Temp Chair, that is the budget amendment number 2.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading the proposed amendment number 2 into record. Colleagues, there is a motion on the floor for a budget amendment. Before us, I'm going to call for a second. Do we have a second to the motion for Amendment 2? I see Delegate George Toll seconding the motion. We have a motion and a second on Amendment 2. Colleagues, do we have any questions on Amendment 2? I see Sheda Delegate Amber Canes-Bacrati in the queue. I'm going to recognize Sheda.
Oh, yeah, thank you. What I'd like to see here, I appreciate the amendment and the concerns. I'd actually like to ask Mr. Mitchell if you could answer the questions from the motioning party regarding the information that's been presented to the committee. If I could get some clarification and verification on the concerns. I think in terms of, it appears like the intent of that amendment is based on the information requested. So if you could provide that information and verify the information that was provided before I ask any questions directly onto this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheda. At this time, I will recognize Sheda Delegate Amber Canes-Bacrati's questions posed to Mr. Mitchell in regards to the questions at hand. So, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Honorable Charles Newton, there's a number of questions that was posed. The staffing of the Vice President. As Office of the President and Vice President, over out in the field agency. Though the other one, division yishin handling constituents. So to me, it's being used by the president, the vice president. If vice president wants my help, which she does, she asks this budget question. Staff, they help the vice president. Although they go out in the field, but there's field representative out there. They help out there, when president's out there, when vice president's going out in the field. So that's how the staff is being utilized, not individually assigned to president or vice president. Whatever the subject matter is, staff will be assigned. So if it's budget, then it'll be me. It'll be me. So I have no problem helping the vice president. Though the other one, June, the last week of June, and I'm not really sure on the executive protection either, because I have no oversight over them. Although could just staff the Naa'bik'iyati or what but the Nishkal. So so Mr. Charles Newton, I'll have Chief of Staff respond to you on this one again, on the security. The only one that I know from the carryover from the previous administration is Mr. Joe. I so the First Lady's father being the executive protection. Though back to Ms. Naba, who yesterday, the amendment, I think that's the one that you were referring to a couple years ago. I think that, to me, that was a good idea, is to make it where they put a fund management plan together, the donation, the contribution that I able to help some of these costs, and mainly for the Navajo Nation Fair. That one costs a lot. Natle, iti ko do Ms. Navajo, but the amendment earlier. Although UUFP, you mentioned that there was a UUFP. I don't remember when. Like I said, I came on board last week of June. I just know that there was a UUFP for also the president, vice president, on the Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee, the Del Texto. So those were the UUFP that I saw. Though I did understand that Ms. Navajo had a request, but it didn't get into the packet. Then I just stopped there. So I'll when Sogo issued 1,000 on the UUFP budget again. Although the other one is the remodeling. I'm not aware of the remodeling. I don't know. I haven't gone that way yet. Probably employee housing might be the best folks to ask. Remodeling of the president's house. I know that there was issues of HVAC. Because HVAC, most of the HVAC at the admin buildings, they were going out. Those other building HVAC. I know that was the only time that I know that there was service being done, HVAC. Other than that, I don't know about the remodeling.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mitchell, and shout out Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty for raising the stance to have the questions answered beforehand. But I'm going to, after listening to how Mr. Arvin Mitchell answered, I've asked Mr. Manuel Rico to also contact Housing for the verification of the questions posed to Housing, and then also Mr. Patrick Sandoval in regards to the executive staff agents that have been assigned to the First Lady, just for any further clarification on the questions that were asked regarding the First Lady's budget. Colleagues, while Mr. Rico is asking the Chief of Staff and also the housing to respond. Are there any other questions on Amendment 2? Thank you. And I just spoke to Ms. Cook, and there is a typo and a technical fix that will be addressed. And I see Sheda Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty in the queue. Sheda?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja Pro Tem, Chair, and just trying to get the information. So I appreciate staff to verify some of the information that was shared to the committee. On the amendment, Chair Charles Newton Shade, there's a request to move money to the Office of Ms. Navajo for public assistance. Can you just clarify how the Office of Ms. Navajo uses public assistance? I think right now that's my only question regarding the amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sheda Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty. Sheda, would you, I think the Office of Ms. Navajo might be able to answer your technical question a little better. Is it okay? I would recommend that the Office of Ms. Navajo, but you did pose the question to the motioning party, so I'm going to recognize Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to respond.
Thank you, Chair. I was laughing a little bit because I'm like frantically scrolling through the policies and procedures. But I think you're right that we should have Office of Ms. Navajo explain, like you're right, the public assistance, and then also the contractual services. But as was stated, I think a lot of that goes to the fairs. But we can get clarification. I was never Miss Navajo, so I can't answer those questions. But I'm looking in the history that was provided to us during the 24th Navajo Nation Council with the legislation. But I think it might be faster to have Miss Navajo's office on the line. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for responding to the questions posed by Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty. Manuel, could we also get Carletta Benali from the Office of Ms. Navajo on the line? And I also, let's see, I don't want to answer the question, even though I do have experience in the Office of Ms. Navajo. I do know where that line item goes to, but I want Ms. Carletta Benali to answer for the record. So, colleagues, do we have any other further questions while we're waiting for housing, the Chief of Staff, and also the Office of Ms. Navajo? I see, let's see. It appears that Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty has her RTS button pressed. Sheda?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Shadeja Pro Tem, I need verification. I have two budgets in my packet from the Office of Ms. Navajo. I don't know if I'm an anomaly, but I have a budget signed July 24th, 2023. And then in my packet, I have a budget from July 28th, 2023, but there's not a signature from the branch chief. I just need to know which one we're working on because the numbers are different. And I just want to make sure I'm in order and following the amendments. If I could get some assistance, or if anybody else has that in their packet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shade. I believe, if I'm following your question, that is Form 1, correct?
Yeah. Well, I have two budgets.
Okay. I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Mitchell to verify which budget form we need to be. Mr. Mitchell? Okay, thank you. The clarification has been made that one is unmet needs. Got it. Okay, we are going to go next in queue, and I will recognize Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, Shadeja, for asking those questions, because I think that bringing these kinds of questions out is really, as was stated yesterday by Chair Nez Shana, that this is what Naa'bik'iyati is, and I'm glad that you're asking those questions, because in all honesty, I debated on whether to give the entire $75,000 to Miss Navajo. I thought about maybe giving it to the Youth Council as well, because I know that they do occasional travel. And I would have liked to have seen that travel budget increase. And I'm open to that. My understanding is right now that this funding can only stay within Office of President and Vice President. And at the time, going back to what was given to us by Ms. Navajo when she said that they needed to address her home, that's why I said, okay, well, we should just give the entire $75,000 to Ms. Navajo. At this point, we know that the Office of the President and Vice President received, I believe it's an increase of, is it 560,000? And I'm reading off of the document that was provided to us. It says general funds from President Pool. There was also the Office of the First Lady with 75,000 increase, Executive Protection Services for $125,000 increase for personnel and operating, and the Navajo Nation Washington office for $250,000 for their lease rental. And there was nothing given to Miss Navajo. And to me, I think that is very unfair, because as I stated, Miss Navajo is the ambassador of the Navajo Nation. She competed for this title. She won. She goes out, she represents our Navajo people. And I think that many of our Miss Navajos have done a great job, if not all of them. But I also wanted to correct for the record, Chair, that it appears that $7,500 scholarship money is given for undergraduate degree. $15,000 is given for a graduate degree. I'm speaking from experience to say that I have student loan debt. $7,500 for an undergraduate for Miss Navajo, especially with what we're facing right now with, college costs going up. To me, I think that should be increased. Maybe back in the 80s, and I don't know exactly when this was last increased, this particular part for the scholarship, but I just think that may not be enough. In addition to that, as I stated, she did talk to us about her home, and we're going to be seeing Ms. Valentino Klitzo give up her reign here in the next few weeks, handing it over to a new Miss Navajo. Every year, it seems like we're getting less and less contestants. So maybe if we were to make it a little bit more competitive, we would see our numbers increase. But I just want to say that, I am open. If there's anybody who wants to make an amendment to add to the different offices specifically, I wouldn't have a problem adding to the Youth Advisory Council. It would be great. I think it would be great if we could send our Youth Advisory Council to the state so that they can see how the state government is working for them, as well as to Washington, D.C., to have them see how the federal government is working for them and how that government-to-government relationship really impacts the way that our Navajo Nation functions. And I just want to say, like with the Navajo Youth Advisory Council, many of the youth who are a part of this council, they become our Naa'anis one day. And I hope that when I'm old, that they're arguing for more funding for elders, and that, you know, they can come back to say that they learned a lot going to Washington DC or going to the state to see the way that these things are happening. I know that their travel expenses right now is $5,500. So I don't know if there's a delegate out there that wants to amend my amendment or change my amendment to give funding to the Navajo Youth Advisory Council so that they can do a little bit more traveling. But I'm open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. I believe we are back to questions and comments on Amendment 1, or Amendment 2. I do see Chair Vince James is also in the queue, so I'm going to recognize Chair Vince James.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Chair Pro Tem. Ako kodo Amendment 1 Naa'bik'iyati. I just want to mention that, you know, for the office of the First Lady, the proposed budget is in $225,000. And I'm trying to do a comparison with one of my department, which is under Division of General Service. And under Division of General Service with Records Management Department, their proposed budget is $263,000. And they employ 5 staff. So they employ 5 staff, but when you compare Office of the First Lady, they're only employing 1 staff. So when you start doing the comparison, it is very interesting. And then for Records Management Department, they have $0 for travel expense. And that's for 5 employees. But if you come over to the Office of the First Lady, which is only housed with 1 employee, they have travel expense for $20,000. Meeting expense for records management is 0. But then for Office of the First Lady with 1 staff, that's $20,000. And then with supplies, with 5 staff at Records Management Department, they only get $9,563 for 5 staff for supplies. But then under Office of the First Lady, supplies, they get $34,500 for 1 employee. And it just gets interesting because the next item is lease and rental. And I thought President and the First Lady are all under 1 roof. So why do we have lease and rental for $15,000? When you start doing the comparison of different things of how these budget summaries are in place, and if you start doing the comparison with other departments, it is very bothering. And so I need Department of Health, a lot of our Deltec staff, our agency Deltec staff, don't even have that much supplies or travel expense for office of, compared to the Office of the First Lady's dollar amount. And so I go back to your detailed budget. And so there's 2 sections under your travel expense and then under your meeting expense that you have POV mileage. And at the same time, if you look at OPVP's budget, you have 30 vehicles. So is there a reason why you guys can't share a vehicle? And reallocate that POV mileage. This is just for one staff at Office of the First Lady. And some of our other departments have more than one staff, and they don't even have the luxury to have this POV mileage or their travel expense, which is totaling $40,000. So when you do those comparisons, it gets very interesting. And halit ao yato hajo akeholt ao khan saha kistala. Ako shisazindo kodo amendment 1 iki a need kodo nihe awe ndinigi yen hicha hanatze. Do a pide ya an hidinida since I became a council delegate. Do a pide ya akot ao yen hicha hadzi da ako. Ako da kuishi mis Navajos ni hidato ndahas kaido beso yanda o katit a ben hicha nahot e. Beso bitinitle. Jokot ao ben hicha hadzi ho ashon kote inda. Kodosh nale ye disnans lane ko aj beso la bado nil. Jokot ao be ha ozi ko. Ako halet ao kodo dam shit ishtane kodo litla to vote red for this amendment 1 so ban this case ako. Ado sha George no shin to all lunch the green to or thought for the whole 75,000 to go to Miss Navajo's office. When I like I stated, when I start doing the comparison with some of our oversight departments, oyo do bilt eda. Yego what na isnanit ashnat ako. Shitna ash chief of staff kwagin hitya in yaako yat ehako jonot eya ekwagi nazol non hitya nanin zako hya hot eho ni negon hitya in yaako ashin honan hitso dozen that this ado hot anene ni ho eya a whole jeez le ko hya kwag hitya yaako shitna ash Mr. Patrick Sandoval. Ako shisazindo hot ati kododam amendment 1 iki ba hasti to le ako need an habo honetza jokot ako so ban sis case and le ako hot ya ba hasti to le ahat shmasana protein.
Thank you, Chair Vince James, for raising those points and also asking the questions. I do believe, colleagues, we have the Chief of Staff of the Office of the President and Vice President here. We also asked for the Navajo Nation Housing Department to answer some questions, and we do have Executive Director Shonovan Dale, who's also here from General Services. So at this time, I'm going to recognize the first set of questions raised by Sheta Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati in regards to the questions posed. Actually, before we go into giving the time over for the answers, I would like to ask Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to restate the questions. That way we have a clear set of questions for the parties who are going to answer. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair. I drank my water too fast. It came out of my nose. So I apologize. I'm like trying to orient myself. So I learned, I'm trying to help an employee get into employee housing. And I learned that currently all of the staff at employee housing is working on remodeling the president's house. Everything has halted. So all of the homes for employee housing have not been addressed. In fact, I just spoke to Speaker and I asked her if she moved into her home, and she said no, she hasn't. That they haven't even started on fixing the Speaker's home. So she's currently driving from where she lives into Winter Rock. So when I asked why we are not moving on the homes, I was told that all the staff are working on the president's home because he remodeled it. And I said, wow, I wasn't aware that the president got funds to remodel his home. I thought employee housing, you slap on a new coat of paint, mop the floor, make sure everything has been moved out, and bam, you're ready to move in. But apparently there's remodeling going on. Now, I brought this concern up because it affects the employees who are waiting for employee housing. Namely, one of our staff here at here at council, who is homeless, who is living out of their car, parking at Love's truck stop every night, who is a woman. We have an epidemic going on here on the Navajo Nation where many of our women are trafficked. There's sex trafficking going on. Many are taken, and we don't know what happened to them. MMIP, I think, is what we have been talking about for years. So I feel that we need to bring this up because if it's one woman, I wonder how many other staff are affected. And I don't understand why the president is remodeling his home. And that's exactly what I was told. He is remodeling his home. And I don't know if every president gets funding to remodel their home, but this is going on when many of our Navajo people don't have homes. So I questioned whether this is really happening, because January we were the entire 25th and the new president and vice president were sworn in. So I can only assume that the renovation probably started in February, and now we are in mid-August and it still continues. So how much renovation is happening? And how do we explain this to the Navajo people? Because I believe we're on the World Wide Web right now, the World Wide Web right now. How do we tell them that our president is remodeling his home, that he gave his wife an office, her office, an additional $75,000? And then on top of that, Mr. Sandoval, I learned this morning at the at the Law and Order Committee budget meeting that President Jonathan Naz gave $500,000 out of his own president's budget to emergency management. And yet we're seeing an increase where President Nygren has given to, I believe, all the offices, almost all of his offices, aside from the Miss Navajo, Diné Youth Council, Regulatory Office, Hopi Land. So I'm just starting to looking at the budget, I'm wondering why this is happening. And perhaps, Mr. Sandoval, you can explain it to all the people who are watching on the World Wide Web right now, why he's putting himself first. When we have, like I said, a woman right now, a woman who is living out of her car, sleeping at a truck stop, in order to come to work every day here for the legislative branch, for our council. And we've tried to assist, but because she can't get into housing, because President Nygren's house is being renovated, it's halting her moving in. So that was my question with housing. Where is that money coming from renovation? Why are we not moving on renovating the other homes? And you have Speaker Curley sitting there to your right, who can attest that she hasn't moved into her home yet because everybody is focused on renovating President Nygren's house. The $75,000 increase for the First Lady's office, knowing that the Vice President, we all know, because your staff talk, Mr. Sandoval, we all know she's got one staff assistant, one scheduler, and I believe that Mr. Arbin Mitchell did state that the executive assistants are out in the field, that the staff is for the president and the vice president. The executive assistants are not assigned to the president or vice president, and that they know, or the vice president can come and ask questions if need be or ask for help. But that's not what we're hearing. So perhaps you can shed some light onto that. And Mr. Sandoval, I removed that $75,000 from the First Lady's office and I put it to Miss Navajo. And the reason for that is because the First Lady is not elected. She is not an elected official. Miss Navajo serves as the ambassador of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. So I believe that she deserves to have that $75,000 so that she can use it. And we should also increase the scholarship amount because we all know how costly a higher education can be. So I hope that recaps, Chair, what I said to Mr. Mitchell. Since Mr. Sandoval is here, perhaps he can shed some light. And the other thing that I also learned, and I need to know if it's true or not, is that the First Lady hired her father to be the security and that he doesn't meet the qualifications for protective services. So why are we bending the rules to get daddy hired, but we're not bending the rules to get our officers out in the field to protect our Navajo people, or bending the rules to get the people who need to be in these positions in those positions? And again, this is not anything personal. This is the budget. This is the Navajo people's money. And your administration said you're going to be transparent. So are you being transparent by telling the Navajo people that these things are happening with additional funds being given to the First Lady? Well, as Chair James stated, our Daltech employees are not even making that much, and they don't even get that much money in their supplies. So if I could, I would take this $75,000 and rearrange it different places, but since it can only stay in the office of the president and vice president, I believe that Ms. Navajo deserves to have a budget increase. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pro Tem, for restating the questions for the record. There were two topics raised, and I'm going to have Mr. Patrick Sandoval answer the question in regards to the Executive Protection Agent, and then the Division Director for General Services to answer the question in regards to housing. So because the questions were posed housing and then Executive Protection Agent, I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Shonovan Dale first to answer the questions in regards to the housing. Mr. Dale, and can you state your name for the record once you approach the microphone?
Thank you, Presiding Chair Naa'bik'iyati. Good afternoon, Honorable Charles Newton. Thank you for the question. To honestly answer, I don't know if my oath still stands from my Budget and Finance hearing, but to give the truthful answer in regards to your question, currently the President's house is not being renovated. There is landscaping work occurring outside, as well as a replacement of an NT-way gas line on the external portion. The only renovation, quote unquote, that occurred was repainting of the interior back in February. So the color was changed from a really dark burnt caramel color to a lighter color inside the house, and the dirty carpet was removed. So that's the extent of the renovation. Currently, we do have painting scheduled for the President's house, but that's along with 12 other units. 24 houses are currently available for move-in as we speak. However, the available units are divvied up based upon political appointees and regular status employees and their needs. If they need a 4-bedroom and they're a regular status employee, they're lower on the priority scale only because we don't have the 4 bedrooms available all the time. Political appointees, the same situation, depending on their need and what political office they're appointed to. So there is a legislative branch that has several allotments, the executive branch has several allotments, and judicial has several allotments. So if their allotments are full, they have to go back onto the main general waiting list. So if an employee transfers from regular full-time status to a political status, they get dropped to the bottom of the line. They cannot transfer easily into a home only because of their employment status. So that may be the reason why the employee is currently without a house. And I believe, I understand, and we did meet with her. So that is one of the issues we are addressing of the inequity in the policy for political appointees and regular full-time employees. So I hope that answers the question. Just to add on to the renovation, the current renovation is split upon, I shouldn't say renovation, the landscaping, because the president does have a child. We have snake-proof the perimeter fence. We have re-landscaped the grass and the brush that was there over the past couple years. It has been neglected. There was complete overgrowth, so that's been removed. New gas line has been installed with the new meter, and then the front retention wall is very unstable as we speak. The footing was incorrectly built, so those are 3 things that are being correctly addressed, and the budgets are being split by 3 programs: the President's Office, Employee Housing, and the Division of General Services. So we're dividing up the costs and expenses on those I shouldn't say renovation, the landscaping and the retention wall. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dale, for responding to the questions posed. I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Patrick Sandoval to answer the set of questions in regards to the executive protection agents. Mr. Sandoval?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and to the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. The Executive Protection Program was first brought into operation, I think it's been 18 years now, 19 years. And when the first plan of operation was developed, we created a budget for 6 positions, and over the years it's dwindled down to 5 positions. At some point, one of the administrations eliminated a position, and so currently we have 5 personnel there, and one is a supervisor, and that is Mr. Marwin Joe, and the other 5 are Gary Lewis, Josie Bowman, and John Blackwater. We currently have a vacancy in one of the positions right now, so there's nobody occupying it. And Mr. John Blackwater does not work for the First Lady. They all serve as executive protection officers for the President, the Vice President, as well as the First Lady. And so for every now and then they'll alternate. And a unique thing about the current First Lady is that she serves a lot of responsibilities. She makes it to a lot of different places, being a former state representative, and as doing what she does, she makes it to a lot of venues, a lot of requests that she gets, and so therefore, security works with them as well. So as it was implied, the First Lady did not hire John Blackwater to be her security. He's who covers her most of the time because, as you know, they have a infant child or a baby. And so it's just, it helps in that situation. Otherwise, they alternate back and forth. So to say that the First Lady hired her father for that position, that's not a true statement. The Executive Protection Officer, Mr. Blackwater, works for the security detail and is supervised by Mr. Marwin Joe.
Mr. Sandoval, does that conclude your response?
If I could make a comment, relate it back to the housing, I'd like to, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. I'm going to ask Shredded Delegate Amber Canesba-Crotty if you have any, if this satisfies your original questions.
Well, yes, my questions have been answered. But I'm concerned about the hiring of Mr. Blackwater and seeing that the council had changed that provision recently. I always come to this job thinking I will not be surprised, but if Mr. Joe is supervising Mr. Blackwater and Mr. Blackwater is providing service to the First Lady because of her toddler, and Mr. Blackwater is First Lady's father, nobody sees the conflict? No? If I could, I'd have to ask then in terms of how the executive security detailed is developed and funded, I would just need to know if there's a conflict. That would be helpful, but I think the budget that we're looking at right now does not deal with the executive security detail. And so I did get my question answered regarding the public assistance. That's the scholarship allocation for the office of Ms. Navajo. And I did see in their unmet need, they are asking for the $75,000 for the apartment renovation. But I believe the work that Ms. Navajo provides, this budget amount would assist in not only her roles and responsibilities to all of the communities, but hopefully in providing additional resources when it comes to language and cultural revitalization. We've had conversations with the current and former Miss Navajo in terms of how that office can support our children who are in need of learning or relearning the language. And so I think this is in line with the unmet need, a partial support for the unmet need. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shade, for the response in regards to the satisfaction of the questions posed in the original few minutes that Amendment 2 was offered. I'm going to turn the time back over to Mr. Mitchell because Chair Vince James posed questions and raised comments, and then I'm going to come back to Dr. Andy Nez after Mr. Mitchell responds to the comments Chair Vince James raised. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you. I think the comments that were made by Honorable James ties into records management. He made those comments that 200 plus thousand for the whole records management, and then also the travel budget, which I don't have a copy of the records management in front of me. So those were comments that I believe he made, doing some comparisons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for responding to Chair Vince James and the comments that he raised. I will go to next in queue, which is Dr. Andy Nez. Shana, Dr. Nez.
Yeah, Shadeja, Chair Pro Tem, Aro Ade as well, Mr. Mitchell, Shanale, Aro Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval, for presenting this. Also to Shada, Madam Charles Newton, for proposing this amendment. Not only do I support the amendment, but I just wanted to acknowledge that I was more than willing to do the amendment to the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. However, I know to date the 9% has only been spent within the Youth Advisory Council. And as a friendly reminder that any and all funds with general go back into the nation's coffers if they're not expended through the fiscal year. So I think I'm going to recommend that the new administration mark this as a priority, being that we are 8 months into office, to be able to rekindle and reclaim the Youth Advisory Council so that we have a lot of interest there. I know in prior years, in the 90s and the early 2000s, they had the Step Up program. Perhaps this is something that the administration can look into to utilize funds so that not only the Youth Advisory Council has those opportunities, but it opens an opportunity as well for other youth on and off the Navajo Nation who want to pursue our roles in the future and more prominent roles nationally and globally. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Shana. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, for your comments and stating the and flagging that for the executive branch. I don't believe there are any questions in the set of comments made. So, colleagues, I'm going to go back to a second call for questions on Amendment 2. I'll do a third call for questions to amendment number 2. I see no one in the queue, so I'm going to go and ask for a roll call vote. Can we do a roll call vote on amendment 2? Voting is now open. Thank you, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, for taking action on Amendment 2. The time has expired on the board, and okay, I see that we're going to do a roll call vote for, because I don't see any excused delegates, so we're going to do a roll call vote. For clarification, we are updating our excused delegate list. Okay, we made those modifications. Chair Brenda Jesus and Delegate Arvizo are both excused from this vote. With that, colleagues, there's 13 ayes, 1 vote opposed, and 8 not voting. With that, the motion carries. Amendment 2 passes. So we're going to go back to the main motion. On the floor, we do have the Office of the President and Vice President's report to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee on the proposed budget for FY 2024. So colleagues, do we have further questions for Mr. Arbin Mitchell? Any other legislative concerns, conditions of appropriation, or comments to be made on the proposed budget? I do see Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie in the queue, so I'm going to recognize Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie at this time. Delegate Yazzie?
Good afternoon, everybody. I do have a question on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office. I know that there's a report here from OMB, and it relates to the ARPA funds that this particular office has not spent, or their funding for ARPA. And I am getting questions from my constituents wondering what the plans are in how this office is going to use that funding to help them. My understanding is the previous administration had their executive director go to the chapter houses and let them know that there was a certain plan that was going to be in place. The current executive director has not been able to go to the chapters to let them know if that plan is still in place for ARPA funding or if it's going to be changed. Now, at our Hopi Land Commission meetings and through some orientation meetings with Executive Director Raymond Max, I believe he does have a different plan for that ARPA funding, but I do have a concern that he hasn't come back to the constituents to let them know of these new plans. And I'm wondering if I want to have ask for a directive that he make that known to the constituents that relate to the Office of Navajo Hopi Land. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Vice Chair, you did mention a directive. Is that a motion, or would you like to hear Mr. Mitchell respond to the questions?
Let me hear him respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie. I'm going to give the time back over to the sponsor and to Mr. Mitchell to respond to the questions posed on the presentation before us. Speaker Curley.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, for those questions. I'll refer it over to Chief of Staff and also Deputy Chief of Staff with the OPVP.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to Mr. Sandoval, I covered these documents a while ago. Let me take you back to Office of the President and Vice President. Way in the back, Form 6, you have the ARPAs. There's three in here that belongs to legislative branch. Though the one of them has Navajo Hopi land, Bakaya, a 15.5 million. 15.5 million. Although one of the things that I also mentioned is that some of these are the 10% admin costs. The 10% admin costs. Those actual construction. Although we also have Mr. Max here that entered the chambers. So on this document where we're at in terms of getting I think these were for housing. I'm not too sure, but he can answer the question, Dolly. I think that I saw a document that was being processed against this account.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We'll call Mr. Raymond Max to the podium to answer the questions posed by Vice Chair Yazzie. And Mr. Max, when you arrive to the podium, can you please state your name for the record?
Yate, Raymond Max, Director, Navajo Land Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Max. Can you respond to the questions, please?
Okay, yeah. We have made several visits to chapters, although there were a couple of reports to agency meetings. So we try to get the word out. And when we came into office, the plan was to buy modulars, to purchase modulars from a manufacturing plant in Albuquerque. And in the ARPA budget, it calls for 48 modulars. And those homes will go to 23 chapters, 9 in former Bennett Freeze area, and the others would be in the Navajo partition land chapters. So that's the way it was passed by the previous council. As soon as we took office, there was a lot of concern about us purchasing modulars. And the people, they didn't want, to have the labor going off the nation and the dollars going off the nation. They wanted to utilize our own Navajo contractors and use our labor here on Navajo. So there was a lot of concerns, and when you go visit chapters, this is what you hear. So before we change strategy, we redid the math on the modulars in Albuquerque. Instead of 48, now we're at 100 homes. If we were to go that route, Isha. So in the meantime, we've been working with outside professionals. Outside consultants to gather some Navajo contractors. So far, we have over 50 contractors from the Navajo Business Regulatory, and they reached out to them by emails and calls to get them verified. So right now, the 1.5 million of the total 15, the 1.5 is going through SAS process, and that is to utilize the funding that was provided in the ARPA to build a housing manufacturing plant. So we're going to partner up with DCD and economic development, to see if we can use those ARPA dollars to build our own manufacturing plant. At the same time, start building homes, using the 14 million. So whenever the plant comes online, they'll be part of the contractors that will be building homes. So we can create our own housing industry, not just for ARPA but way past ARPA. And we branded it Housing Renaissance. So but our effort is to try to get folks informed and to be informed and so that's what we've been doing here. Although if everything fails, then we have no choice but to go back to Albuquerque and get these modulars done. So even not and that's the current status of the 15 million that we have under the ARPA funds. So and thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Max, for responding to the questions posed by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Colleagues, I'm looking at the board and I don't see anyone in queue right now. So, okay, I do see new delegates in the queue. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to Chair Vince James because he's first in queue right now. Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. Although in regards to Naa'bik'iyati Land Commission as well, Naa'bik'iyati Land Commission, the other day, that office, who's actually in charge of that office? Who's running that office at this point? Is a question that I have for Naa'bik'iyati Land Commission. There's a consultant group, but plans, we want to move forward with that consultant group's plan. But in that plan, there's no plan for one of my chapter, which is Jedito. Dobi is the Jedito chapter. What is the plan coming out of Naa'bik'iyati Land Commission's office? So who's running the show over there? Several times I made that announcement and make it known that I have constituents that still live on the HPL. How are we assisting these individuals with the ARPA funds? We can't assist them with any ARPA funds at this point because they reside on HPL. The only reason I get is that they signed an agreement. They signed that agreement that they will stay on that HPL. But yet, we can't help them with any Navajo ARPA funds. Yet we can't help them with any Navajo Nation funds when it comes to infrastructures. Dota. Hopi bebohodni. Hopi jidladini doonda. We can go in there and assist. Okonanat. Oh, but then they signed the agreement to stay on that HPL. On hit that non has tweed on hizani. The Quishin hot arke hit in Lenko. Or not the Quibit. Honestly, to tell you the truth, they're not taken as a priority, even though they end up voting in the Navajo Nation primary election and the general election. Even though they come to the chapter house to vote on supporting resolution, we still can't help them. Okoko Halate Al A Hikato was not Dishni from Navajo Land Commission. Mr. Garrett Silversmith ain't Jono Ashon. We used to have those individuals from Hopi DOT come over just to address the issue, to grade those routes on the Hopi partition land that goes to these constituents' home. Kadeeten, chehedishne ako, cheheditne. Oda zeakot ako. Oha jobe shekotne, if they're not important to you guys. If those constituents, those Navajo constituents are not important to you guys, then just say it. Then I can go a different route on trying to address their needs. Don't come up with excuses that, you know, we can't do anything. They signed the agreement. It's just not like that within my chapter. It's like that with some of my neighboring chapters where they have their constituents living on HPL. When you look at the budget, it has nothing in there again. You're not part of the Navajo Nation. We can't assist you. They don't have to vote during the primary and the general election or go to the chapter meetings asking for housing discretionary funds, trying to ask for assistance at the chapter level. For the budget of Navajo Land Commission. So Shamasane, Pro-Tem Speaker,
Chair Vince James for posing those questions. I'm also going to recognize Vice Chair Yazi at this time to go next in queue for questions.
Thank you again for the updates. And I do understand that you're planning to increase the amount of homes for this project. What I want to know is, do you have any letters or memos to the chapters giving them these updates about the project? If you're able to just send it to my email, that way I know that it has been done. Or if not, is there a schedule that you have in place of when you would be going out to see the chapters to give them this update about the increase in the homes? Because a lot of the constituents are asking me if I know who's getting a home, and I don't have that information. And so I have to send them to your office, and I don't know if they get the answers they are looking for at this time. The other thing I'd want to propose maybe is there a way in the future that collectively the department and the divisions that oversee Navajo Hopi land can meet with the relocatees to really give them a good update as to what's happening in terms of why this program, this office, it's difficult to move forward. I don't feel like they understand all of the information that we know about, what technical amendments are needed. So in the future, I want to propose that and have a meeting with everybody to figure out how we could let our relocatees know about all this kind of information that we have. I want them to understand that. And I want it to come from your department and the attorneys that work in these different offices. That's my question and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, for raising those questions and those points. So at this time, because both of the set of questions are in regards to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office, I'm going to turn the time over to the sponsor, Speaker Curley, and her identified agent, who is Mr. Arvin Mitchell, and how they would like to respond to the questions posed about the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Speaker Curley?
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, for returning the floor over to us. And I would like to return the floor over to Mr. Max, who would specify a lot of those questions returning to Navajo Hopi Land Commission office.
Mr. Max?
Yeah, here, Nana. Though, Naidol Kirido, here. Mr. James, the question. He has Naiden Kito Heinzigia. Who's the boss? I'm the director. So I don't need to probably say any more than that. And I'm not being led by anybody or anyone. Yeah. I've been, I'm a relocating myself. Yeah. Although, I live in the former Bennett Freeze area. So that ship says although I've been on the council, serving on the commission, 3 terms. Although I was in this position before. So I'm very well versed in these issues. I lived it. So I don't know why anybody would think otherwise, that I'm not running the show. So, although the NPL plans, the Ninigiya, I did visit Jadito. I received their a proposal for 900,000. And this plan is for not using ARPA. It's just a general plan. Maybe they're going after general funds, CSN, or even the Rehabilitation Trust Fund. But I do have that plan. Although a couple of months back, I sent out a memo to every NPL chapters requesting what they want to do, what their plans are. So, and I'm going to follow up with another one pretty soon. Because NPL, there was an attempt during the last administration to have a study, assessments done for NPL. And the commission even funded the effort with, I think it was like close to 30,000. And that was derailed because some folks from that area said, we'll do it ourselves. We wanted to attach this NPL to the Navajo Thaw project. And so that's what happened. So as of now, there's really no effort, to do assessments for NPL, all the 13 chapters in that area. Although back in when the Relocation Act happened, the federal government was supposed to do rehabilitation and provide infrastructure. Section 13 or and in 1986 that language was stricken, so there's no obligation from federal government to do anything for NPL. So just like Bennett Freeze, former Bennett Freeze, there was really no funding. The freeze was just lifted without any funding, and the federal government just seemed to walk away from their, responsibility and obligation for recovery rehabilitation. So we have to do a study, kind of like develop a proposal to get funding, for recovery rehabilitation. Navajo Thaw, we just call it Navajo Thaw, the Keya Nali. So if we don't do stuff like that, we just kind of let them off the hook. So we gotta make sure they're responsible and own up, for recovery rehabilitation. And that's what NPL needs, Isha. So I wanted to provide a proposal to the commission to initiate a RFP. But the only problem is, the commission, we haven't been meeting. Everybody's running off to the next meeting. So it's really hard to do business. Work session, Nate, and we rather, worry about how the agenda is set up and who's on the agenda and skip the whole presentation. So the So that's one of the problems why we're not really moving. In work session, but it's not happening. So out of HPL, HPL, Hopi partition land, and a lot of people they signed back in 1996 to live on Hopi land under Hopi jurisdiction. So I think we're down to 30 or 40. That's easy. The folks, it started with over 80. So these folks, they chose to live out their life, 7 to 5 year lease. So Hawan Ba'adal, under the 48 Homes Programs project, although we provide funding for a Voice of the People, these folks, they talk to Hopi, themselves. We found out that it works better that way. If I go over there, try to get Hopi to run power or anything, repair homes, it becomes a government-to-government thing. Lawyers and attorneys get involved. So we experienced that, and according to the lease, the lease they get the home site lease, they get the farming lease, out of grazing, out of the general use of HPL. And the lease that they live under, it applies to the Hopi people just the same. There's no difference. So the only thing it says in the lease agreement is AA, accommodations agreement. We're Navajo Nation's responsible for any like domestic violence, domestic disputes, probate, any type of services. It's just a big gray area. Because if we take our graders in there to try to blade roads for them, we have to get permission from Hopi, kind of like a right-of-way in Halo. It's really difficult, and we're not saying we don't want to do it. We don't want them or anything. I don't know where that word came from. They're Navajos. So on the HPL, the chapters, the last time I was here under the Shelley Jim administration, I had a staff of 11. When I came back this time, there's only 3 staff. So it's really hard to, do all these projects and take care of, the job that needs to be done with short staff. So I try to, get out there, to the chapters. I put my phone number out there. I tell them, call me anytime, question me, pick my brains. I love questions. That's the way I, get out there, with information. So because of being short staff, there's some outside folks that are willing to help, and I'm utilizing them. And there's nobody willing to do that. And these folks have been here for over 10 years. They're not fly-by-night folks. That's the Navajo Thaw technical team. Ishika. So unless I get, double or triple my funding, I'll be back, up to speed at least. Otherwise, I have to do with what I have. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Max, for responding to Chair Vince James and to Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazie's questions. At this time, I'm looking at the board, and I do see Chair Eugenia Charles Newton in queue first, and then we're going to go to Delegate George Toth after. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. And then thank you, Speaker, for the salad. It's delicious. I just want to say that thank you for dinner. I know that Chair Parrish asked this question at the very beginning, Mr. Sandoval, but I don't think it was answered. Right now, you guys have $87,987,316 for externally restricted funds, which I'm thinking is the ARPA money, which I think, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I do recall with the ARPA money, and I was trying to get the exact amount, how much was taken from the top of the ARPA money given to legislative branch and to executive branch. So I'm guessing that this 87 million is what was taken from the top. So if that 87 million was taken from the top and it is ARPA money, and you guys have 96% that is still sitting there, what are your plans for using those funds? And then when are you, 2024, December 30th, 2024 is just next year. So all of this money has to be, spoken for or in contracts. How is your office spending that 87 million? Because, colleagues, I just want to remind everybody that for public safety, we need substations built in the rural communities. When COVID happened, our first responders, many of them, it took so much time for them to respond. If we had substations in the rural communities, I think that there would be a shorter response time. In addition to that, Shiprock, Winter Rock, Delcon, Pinon all need new facilities. So I'm looking at all this ARPA money that's just sitting there, and our projects are shovel ready. So if we're not spending, then I think that we should reallocate those funds to projects that are actually shovel ready, that are ready to go. So with this 87 million, I'm thinking, I wonder how many substations could be built with this 87 million in the rural communities. But maybe you have a plan, and maybe you can tell us that plan. So that's number one. Number two is Chair. I do have a legislative concern that I would like to present at this time. And the legislative concern, Dana, can you send out that legislative concern? So to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. In summary, this legislative concern is specifically for the Vice President's office. And I just want to ensure that the Vice President has adequate resources and staffing to fully implement her platform and responsibilities. Mr. Sandoval, you weren't here when I was talking about how our Vice President is an elected official. I remember the Nigrin-Montoya ticket. I remember the Nigrin-Montoya being on the ballot when I voted for them. And so I guess I just was really surprised that the First Lady is being treated a lot better than the Vice President. So I just want to put this legislative concern out there on behalf of Council, because she's an elected official. She's the Vice President. She's the very first woman Vice President. And I just want to make sure that she's given the resources and the staffing to do her job. So I'm going to go ahead and at this time put this legislative concern on the table. Chair Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugene and Charles Newton. I'm going to recognize the motion. The motion was for a legislative concern. So I'm going to ask Ms. Cook if we can read that into the record.
Legislative concern for legislation number 0198-23. This is requested by Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton. The Office of the President and Vice President, Business Unit number 103001, should take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the following by the end of the first quarter of 2024. Ensure that the Vice President has adequate resources and staffing to fully implement her platform and responsibilities. By the end of the quarter noted above, the responsible entities should present a written report and a verbal report, if so requested, to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the efforts to address and resolve the above legislative concern, which report should include an explanation of any funding shortfalls, those laws, regulations, and/or policies that should be amended, or other obstacles preventing resolution of the legislative concern. Madam Pro Temp Chair, that is the legislative concern for legislation number 0198-23.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading the legislative concern into record. Colleagues, we do have a motion. I do see Mr. Delegate George Toll seconds the motion. Colleagues, we have a legislative concern before us. Do we have any questions or comments on the legislative concern at this time? Jalissa, the delegates in queue, that's from the main motion, right? Okay, so now we're back on the, okay. Do we have any delegates who would like to ask any questions on the legislative concern posed? Second call? Third call? Hearing none and seeing none on the floor or on the board here, I'm going to ask if we could do a roll call vote on legislative concern. Voting is now open. Thank you, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee for taking action. However, voting is closed now, but Delegate Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Delegate Casey Johnson votes green for the record. I see we now have a total vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, 8 not voting, and 2 excused. With that, the motion carries on the legislative concern. So that's amendment number 3. We're going to go back to the main motion, and in queue, or while we refresh the screen, I'm going to give the time back over to our sponsor and Mr. Mitchell to respond to the questions posed by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton before the motion was recognized. And Mr. Mitchell, it was regarding the ARPA
okay.
funding.
Thank you. Let me go back to Office of the President, Vice President's tab. The Form 6 again. But first, let me take you to Form 1. Form 1, you have the general funds and then IDC. Although external, the bakagiya, when other programs are coming before you, the external, ARPA. So, Nihiki 88,796. This was presented to you when we first came. Thereafter, yesterday we found some errors in it, and I gave the copies, the correct one, to legislative staff for an amendment. So now let's go back to Form 6. Form 6 the first one it has OPVP, the FRF office. This is Tom Platero data initially data 21 million. You'll see in personnel there's 8.4. So so this actually is being run out of Mr. Patero office again. So helping the chapters, helping the region out there, so they're mainly the record keeper of the ARPA monies. Although the next one again, legislative branch, it belongs to legislative branch, the 89,358, HVAC bakage. Although the next sheet as you go, update navigation code baka 600,000 legislative branch. So amendment although the next one Navajo land in Mr. Max in 15.5. There's 1 point something million that's going through the 164. The 15.5. Although the next tab, 119,000, Office of Legislative Counsel, IT upgrade, that this should be going to the legislative branch. Although the next one, Navajo housing, this I believe is veterans, 45 million, 311 bakage. Although the next one, you get tribal enrollment, 1.5 million. The oversight over this is vital records data, the 1.5 ADG. So when these were put under, during the first day, I stated that we need to meet with ONB, Mr. Patero's office, and others to correctly place these K accounts. So this should be over at Vital Records, but I don't know how it got under the OPVP. I'm pretty sure it's to do because we got the money based on population. Vital Records. Although the next one, Honorable Daniels, we think this belongs to a Utah chapter at 30,000. I'm not too sure, but we'll look into it. It says Utah Digital Access Plan. So I don't know. It's a $30,000 K account. Although the next one they gave, there's 3 million. I believe this probably goes to IT. So I don't know if Mr. Sandoval has anything to add to these taps.
I don't have anything additional to add other than, again, that's Tom Patero and the dollars he manages.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Sandoval. We're going to go ahead and go down the line. I believe that we do have Delegate George Tolth. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Temp. To kweta Bishwas Anitleni to Chian Kano Ichodatla staff Nitleni to Hoshin Station. Also, the presenter, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Patrick Sandoval. Quiz Kandashina Adish Kihajus Pat Sandoval, Yadishno. Neshilta Lenle Kochuko LJ no. Ako Ishin Nanshin La. Yeah, welcome back, Mr. Sandoval. Let me the concern I have with this ARP funds. I'm very disappointed that the legislative branch, even the law enforcement that's at top of date, the substation had nini aro sababits aso zota lunch on this case. You could at least put some money in there to establish 5 substations each agency. That would be a good start off. I wish we can transfer some money in there out of ARP that we can establish a substation. Right now, the Navajo law enforcement is, there's some recruit in training, and they come out, I don't know, even at least 5 substations in each agency. That would be a starter. I would like to see that, how much it's going to cost. And then how many officers are you going to put there in that substation? My recommendation is two officers in those substations that will take care of a certain area. The reason my concern is when I left PD back in 1994, the whole 110 chapter, we used to have a full force. Right now, we don't have enough officers, no place to put an officer to live. Even NHA, they don't want to deal with it. So I'll let you, I'm going to tell you a story about 2 weeks ago. My family called me to attend their one of their relative gathering at the chapter house. When I left from here, I went straight up to the chapter, and while we're trying to get people into the chapter house, we have one young youth came in all drunk, talking away, throwing stuff around in the chapter house. We try to calm him down. Later, we found out that this individual had a weapon in his pants. And how we noticed that is the family told us he has a weapon. There was close to about 15 people in the chapter house waiting for a meeting to start. So somehow they grabbed him and took the weapon inside the chapter and took the weapon out, and we called the police. When we called the police in Crown Point, First thing they said, we don't have no officers. And I said, there's gun involved. Why can't you send anybody, somebody down here? So we started calling around, and then we tried to call McKinley County, same issue. There's no officer in that area. So finally they came out, I would say about 30 minutes, 2 officers came from Navajo PD. And the good thing about this individual, the weapon wasn't loaded. Ako kaya sala ichudesilin. Okay, at least the nearby substation would take care of this situation right away. Ako adi yego nahot shanat ani. Depa in this case. When I represent Torion, Ojo Encino, those area, if you call for police, it takes probably another day to have them respond. Last week or this past weekend, I went to a Torion chapter meeting. This poor old elderly came up to me crying. And she showed me the picture of her livestock were all shot by unknown individual. And she said, okay, sir, I want you to help me to locate this. I just told him, hey, I asked her if she contact PD. She contact PD, but nobody respond. And what she did is she contacted the land board. Land board couldn't do anything. So what the law enforcement said, we'll contact the ranger. There was no report. They sent me the picture. I'll send it to you. So they need an answer. So that's why law enforcement is very important. APDC na latid peso hashi ko nichucholia yeah. It's gonna take funds to buy a 2-bedroom trailer. If you're gonna build a house, it's gonna take more. I would recommend trailers for them. At least we have a police officer in the area. All the way up towards Torion Consular. In some area, county sheriff will help you, but again, they run into jurisdiction. So what on his has digi hit da bandeno tkhale beso obi na kai on hita the kui beso o you atanata dit ahako. Ako every year in Kisbahosen, although every 4 years in Kisbahosen, the Nache Dao Kansala. Kade Salah, a staff do Konsata Hosla, Madam Chair Shama, Law Enforcement Committee no Slenigi. A lot of them are just coming into the window to be a criminal investigator or become a supervisor. There's too many chief up here. A lot of these officers, they graduate again, they leave from here. So how can we handle those? Or someday I will come to your meeting, Shama. Law enforcement. I'll bring my recommendation to you, see what you think about. Ako retaliation ba nasti? What nikis law basi na. So I would ask the president, yourself, law enforcement committee, even resource committee, We need to get after those rangers. They're not responding, trying to help our people. Ede hut on hil hogar. Halet out of Winton. So hopefully we're going to bring the law enforcement to Eastern and Torreon. They promised me that they'll be there on September 11th. I don't know if they changed their mind. What on has could never jo buy done, especially their kids. There's a lot of a speeder around in the community. What the hot echo. Auto NHA has auto hot. I would try to tell the housing manager in Teru and Crown Point area. Those are some of the concern I wish. I'm asking you to look into that. That would be your number one priority. How can we improve the community police? Why can't we hire a security to certify them? That will also help. We can't live like this forever. I spent 29 years with law enforcement. I know what I'm talking about. Mr. Sandoval, auto law enforcement resource. We need to put these rangers to work and then give some teeth to the landlord. Landlord, I can't do anything. At least if I was a landlord, I would go out to the scene and put it on the paper. But this individual didn't do that. This is an elderly lady, 6'6". The bedot is a and like I said, I'm gonna send that picture to after I had it print, or I can send it to you to your email. You know what I'm talking about. So those are some of the concern I have. So hopefully this body or the Navajo Nation can put this law enforcement first priority. We go to Washington, yes. Red tape we have to follow. Why can't we go other ways? This nation should have their own law enforcement. We call ourselves sovereignty nation. We don't have to rely on federal government. We can start our own. Why can't we make that decision? It can be done. We just always say, hey, it's federal law, it's no money. I know Shema always campaigning up there, asking for law enforcement funds. No, yeah, yes, that's a bit of one. What on his whole gosh. I hate to bring this out, and we need to put some money in there. That ARPA can be we can amend some of those budget and put it into law enforcement housing. A lot of these officers coming out the academy cannot speak Navajo. Some of them cannot even do a brief report about our concern. So area behatesti shitish akot eko sabe hasido lange konso kehiki. We should have some type of solution. We should have some type of plan that we're gonna have a police force. We just can't say we can't do it. Bin yet all cut open yet. Hashine la not ani da sitli without Hoinson. There's money available. What has Stidolis Shema, Madam Chair Pro Tem? Thank you.
Shiaj, Delegate George Tolf. We'll go ahead and go down the queue here. We do have Delegate Vince James. Chair James, the floor is yours.
Nana, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker Shanale. Thank you for the time. Again, I'm going to be still asking and talking about the Navajo Land Commission. Shikna Ash, Mr. Max, Division Director, and Chief of Staff. First, I just want to say that, you know, the information that I'm getting, that we need to provide a letter to those individuals that live on HPL. This is what the individuals that live on the HPL have indicated to me. This is actually coming from families that live on the HPL that have indicated that. And so I wanted to make that correction to Mr. Max. From the HPL families. Adonana, there's a big red flag. The last Navajo Land Commission that we had at Twin Arrows, we had DOJ attorneys there, we had Navajo Land Commission legal counsel there, and we were being presented by Navajo Thaw, who is actually going through the procurement process to be hired on as a consultant with Navajo Land Commission. And that was a big conflict. Another concern that had come up was that the current division director, Mr. Max, used to serve on the Navajo Thaw. And that was a concern that came up. And so he made it known on record again that he's working with this Navajo Thaw. And so that big red flag is that we know that Navajo Thaw is going through the procurement process to be hired on utilizing the ARPA funds. I refer to the Navajo Thaw and he don't need. And that's a big concern. That's an issue regarding how we select these consultants that work under the Navajo Land Commission. As deputy and as chief of staff, why are you guys allowing this? It's very disturbing and bothersome that you are allowing this to happen. If you're allowing it to happen, then you should just throw out the procurement process of the whole Navajo Nation and not have a procurement process. If we're going to allow Navajo Land Commission to do this, to operate this way. And then in that plan of Navajo Thaw, it does not include Jedito chapter. And I will continue to say that. Whose plan is it that we're following from Navajo Hopi Land Commission? Is it the plan of Navajo Land Commission, or is it the plan of Navajo Thaw that we are following? And if we're following Navajo Thaw, it does not include Jedito chapter. And so when I look at your budget forms documents, on budget form 2A under Navajo Land Commission, Budget Form 2A, it indicates that we will be partnering with all the other divisions and other tribal entities with planning and assessment on housing need within the HPL, FBFA, HPL. Who is making those consultants, making those meetings with the Hopi tribe? And as you read further on, it indicates under A, provide homes to impacted chapters with the MPL, FBFA, and HPL chapter regions, including the Hatatsi Newlands area. Ako Hawan Bed Hitcha and Nahot it. Those families that live on the HPL, I have one family. There's 26 of them living under one roof. And they can't move forward to build another infrastructure unless it is approved and unless it's okay by the Hopi tribe. Who's supposed to do those scheduling? Who's in charge? Adonana, as you read on Budget Form 2 again, under A section again, it indicates coordinate and communicate with federal, state level, and other tribes and entities regarding issues affected by the 1974 Settlement Act. Dido eat ida, we're not doing that. Anida kodoshna ashe hananazi, they signed an agreement. We're going by that agreement, not the ne'ako. So why have this wording in here? Why have this language in your Budget Form 2A if we're not going to deal with HPL individuals? On top of that, this is the reason why I always say, please, division directors, don't tell your staff not to talk to council delegates. And a lot of these issues concerning of who is running the show at Navajo Hopi Land Commission is coming from staff. Do e oda liagi e ba yashtit da ako. Do e be ets e hiki e ishnigi do e hot a aspet the shnida. Maybe it's viewed that way. Hot a shined inda. Do okot eda. A kui jimpin on this edes eh. We have these staff that do their duties every day. They see it. They know what they're going through. E benina e hot a yen hichita huiz asaling. And kote e sahot abahan ne ako. Ako ashonde shikato was on trying to address this HPL issues, and also with my colleagues that have HPL individuals within their chapter as well. Nihika osiyed. Ashonde, because they were also affected by COVID-19. Based off their census number is how we got ARPA funding. But how can we say we can't assist with ARPA funding because they just live on HPL and then they sign an agreement? They were still affected by COVID-19. They still qualify to utilize that ARPA funding. We can't assist them because of the HPL agreement that they signed. So okwagit ashon den hikato was do hot eba hananasti do hiha shanahwin shanala pro temp speaker kwedole. Thank you.
Aikiha Shanala, committee members. So I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 delegates on the floor. 2 committee rule. We do have 3 two delegates from Budget and Finance. Mr. Lamardo Asseret has requested to be excused. We, for Health, Education, Human Services, you have 5 delegates who are in attendance. Good job, Chair. Is there 13? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You're right. 13. 13 delegates. That means that if we drop below the 13 committee members, Budget and Finance, you'll be holding the floor for us. RDC, there are 2 members present as well. I believe, I don't know if Delegate Casey Johnson has left. Is he's still here? Okay, he's still here, then 3. And then Law and Order Committee, we have 3. Oh, I think, hold on. Let me switch out my glasses. I don't know if Vice Chair is putting her fist up at me. Oh, you're heading out. Okay, we have 2 down for Law and Order Committee. Chiage, Delegate Daniels and I, we are holding the fort down. Budget and Finance, Chair Parrish, Chair Crotty, you're holding the fort down for Budget and Finance. So now we are down to 12. 2 committee rule is in place. So we can continue, and hopefully we don't lose quorum because we have another legislation. Keep in mind, colleagues, if we don't get these 2 budgets passed, we have to be back tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor of the legislation. I know that we do have, actually, I'm going to recognize, since there's one colleague in the queue, Chair Parrish, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Eugenia Charles Newton. Thank you to my colleagues for raising very important issues to the Navajo Nation and for the Navajo people, because Naa'bik'iyati has the oversight over these executive offices, and as we are going through our own budget hearings, we hear the needs of the divisions who serve the Navajo people, who are directly serving the Navajo people, and the requests that are made by the executive branch are pretty top heavy. So I was looking at the general funds from the President's Pool, the document that was provided by Mr. Arbin Mitchell. And I would like to request from the Office of Management and Budget the expenditure report on a quarterly basis on the Office of the President and Vice President, on the Office of the First Lady, Executive Protection Services, and the Navajo Nation Washington office. And the reason why I'm requesting the quarterly report is because, according to this document, those are the 4 departments who received an increase based on the calculation Mr. Mitchell has provided. So I want to see the difference in the quarters of expenditure rate, because they're asking for an increase for FY 2024. So I want to know how much these 4 departments have spent in quarter 3 versus quarter 2 versus quarter 1, because of the change in leadership and the change of personnel in each of the departments. And this goes then to my next set of questions that were raised by my colleagues. And further looking at the Office of the First Lady, I used to be executive staff assistant in the Office of the First Lady, so I would like to also know why there's an increase in lease and rental. I think that question was raised earlier, because both by Chair James had raised the question of, the Office of the First Lady is at the President's office, so why is there a $10,000 increase in lease and rental? The second question is, what is the justification for the $20,000 increase in meeting expenses? Today, we met with the Division of Community Development and Budget and Finance, and the CHID program got cut. The CHID program got cut. That means many of our Navajo people are going to feel the loss of the dollars cut from the program. So that's a direct cut that was made by the President's office in order to make these increases in these various departments. So from the Office of Management and Budget, I'd like to request that document, and I'd like a justification on why there was an increase in lease and rentals in the Office of the First Lady and also in meeting expenses. So the meeting expense increase is $20,000. The lease and rental increase is $10,000. Those are the only two justifications I'd like to request for right now. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. We don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor of the legislation, Speaker Curley. The floor is yours to answer the questions.
Okay. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for giving us back the floor. I'm going to turn over first to Chief of Staff, Mr. Sandoval, in regards to Honorable Toltz's questions regarding the police substations and anything in regards to public safety. And then following afterwards, I'll have Mr. Arvin Mitchell state the questions or state his answers in regards to Chair Parrish's questions. And then we will refer also to, probably have to switch out agents, Mr. Max, to answer Honorable James' questions as well.
Again, good evening to all the honorable members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Related to Mr. Toltz's questions, as he talked about 29 years of experience and really understanding what some of the problems are. And what I want to say on behalf of President Nygren and the executive branch and the Division of Public Safety, and I'm going to look from, Shauna Claw, representative, all the way to Casey Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our belief that the criminal justice system on Navajo is broken. Even we can throw as many police officers at it as we want. That's not going to fix the problem. There's a whole other myriad of components that need to be dealt with. You can talk to a Navajo police officer today, and it seems like they don't even want to enforce the law, because if they enforce the law, then there's no jail space. If they don't enforce the law, if they enforce the law, the prosecutor's not going to prosecute. If they enforce the law, the courts are not going to do anything to the people who need to be held accountable for the crime that has happened. So I really want to take this moment to try to win the hearts of each and every delegate that's here. There's 13 of you. How do we begin to work together to bring all the components that are necessary? There's the prosecutors, there's the public defenders, there's corrections, there's probation, there's social workers, there's healthcare, there's broken laws. We need to change some laws, enforce some laws, strengthen some laws. And then we've got the courts who are not holding anybody accountable. During the budget process in the three branch chiefs meeting, we talked about that, and we mentioned, they want more money, but they're not bringing anything in. And we've talked about how every Navajo, when they leave the Navajo Nation to a county jurisdiction, a city municipality jurisdiction, they're held accountable. They have to pay for fees and services and all kinds of things, and we don't do anything like that here on Navajo. So only as the Chief of Staff, I'm asking you, and I know President Nygren truly understands this and would really like to, how do we begin to work with the Law and Order Committee and the rest of council? Because if we want a successful economy, if we want a successful education system, if we want insurance rates to be low, if we want to be bondable on the nation, if we want a good education system, it all lies with a good public safety system, safer communities, safer workplaces, and it's really a bigger broken component. And we can't blame President Nygren or this administration. We can't blame the current council, because it's been building for decades now. And each and every one of us can understand that. And we can't even go into cross deputization or work with other agencies to begin to try to say, let's work together based on this particular piece of paper, because the laws are different. And as the Honorable George Tolt talked about, we're Navajo. Maybe we need to build all those capacities ourselves, but it's got to start somewhere. Maybe working with the Law and Order Committee, the chair, we begin to work together with everybody that I mentioned, and they're all a part of all of this. And we've got to, if we're really going to, as a lawmaking body, if we're going to start to consider changing ARPA dollars designation, we can't do that alone. We have to do it with the lawmaking body. So we've got to the lawmaking body to really begin to consider this stuff. So I wanted to take a moment to say that, because again, even if we get all the substations, and let's say we did 110 substations and we put people out there, that doesn't deal with everything else in our criminal justice system that's not working correctly. And again, honest to goodness, guys, I speak to police officers every day who are frustrated. They're leaving because there's more money in a different agency. A lot of our people are leaving right locally to Navajo County, Apache County, McKinley County, and they're just right there now working in a system where they feel like they're really doing their job because things are working when they decide they're going to write a citation, when they're going to issue, put somebody in jail and write a criminal summons and all that. So that's really all I can say, but I will continue to work on what we talked about, because that was a commitment from President Nygren on substations, Honorable Toth. But every one of you come from a community where all this stuff is going on. We have mental health issues, we have community health issues, we have public health issues, and we're just doesn't even seem like we're doing anything about it. And I hope you don't hold me or President Nygren directly responsible for that. There's so much partnership potentials out there with churches and businesses and other law enforcement agencies that I think we can begin to work on all this. But I really believe that we, as an executive branch, a judicial branch, committees like Law and Order, we need to come together and begin to discuss these things at a very global level, so we can begin to make a change. Because again, our economy development depends on a good public safety system. It depends on a good, robust way of making sure that we're dealing with people who are going to commit any level of crime. And then we're dealing with all the big stuff, like the First Lady, who's working on all MMIW, and some of the council delegates are also diligently working on all the stuff, but we can't do anything. And it's just, I'm sorry for saying that, but I think together we can work together and start to make things happen. Just adding more substations and more police officers is not going to be the answer, but it's one of the things. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and respond to Shanandai. Honorable Parrish on the First Lady. I need to vote that, yeah, 75,000. So that was taken out of the First Lady, given to Office of Miss Navajo. So hopefully that sort of answers the question. The second question, you get a meeting space. Every time that you request a meeting space, there's always a fee. There's always a fee. Chief of Staff there's priorities that Office of First Lady. So anytime that requesting a meeting, if she requests we have to pay for meeting space. Then we'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Max. Although Mr. Commissioner, Mr. James Yahadzigi, Honorable James, Yakodo, Sato, Nihikato, I think in yesterday's report, I did say that Aja Anahayotna, that area, because I know since I was at community development, Aja Anibandahayotna. So we'll go ahead, myself and Chief of Staff, making sure that that area isn't forgotten, Dole. So I don't know if Mr. Max has anything to add to his form too.
Yeah. Yeah, Shanaho Agi. Mr. Delegate James, you know, Navajo Land Commission has a broad scope of work, a lot of issues to deal with. We need to sit down and work these problems out. That's the only solution I can say right now, yeah. Got 8 months into the job, yeah. So I see you know, attend a meeting and sit down work session. Let us present. Let us communicate. You know, we're not doing anything. We're just wasting time. We need to work together. That's what we're here for. This is your second term on the commission. You should know what's going on by now. Don't complain, don't grandstand. That's not going to get anybody anywhere. So a lot of issues. So I you know, next week, 2 weeks from now, we need to sit down. We have a lot of suggestions, but you know, the other part is not there. So we do what we can. So along with all the other commissioners, I kind of had the same problem at the last time I was here, quorum issues, and not, you know, working together because of people being too busy, overextended. It's like nobody has an interest in the Navajo Land Commission issues. You know, so I need it on hinge kidole. And yes, HPL people, they're left out. It seems like they're on their own. And we need to find a solution. And there's been several attempts made, and it seems to work. But you know, they start working against one another and they fall apart. So we try to meet with them every quarter, you know, with the Hopi and the HPL residents. So hard that you know, commissioners maybe attend one of those meetings with the Hopi land department. A meeting they update one another with the grazing regs and you know, all those regulations that the Navajos, you know, live under the Hopi jurisdiction. So this HPL, boy, that's a whole lot of issues. And you know, yes, people need help, and they need services. And how do we get it? You know, when they're living under a different jurisdiction. So AD, yeah, we need to work together and start working on these.
Speaker Curley, does that conclude your answering of questions posed to you by your colleagues? Thank you. So committee members, we are going to go down the line. We have Delegate George Tolf. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pro Temp, do kont antaponet loni Otto, Mr. Sandoval, that's what I say, an excuse. What I'm asking for a solution. When you see a policeman in the crowd, or when you see a police vehicle, what do? Slow down. That helps. To bigata no ito siat ita. Sa holon ta ad chichuga sala chilno khudi hilaho. Ito tan ha chinda. When you see policemen in the community, that should slow down a lot of mischief. So we just can't say we don't have a solution. Very disappointed how you respond. We should work on the solution. Mr. Sandoval. Thank you.
Delegate Tolf, Shana, Honorable Chair Rick Nance, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton, Shadeja. Aro Beshbons on Notlenike, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, yet Aro President Sandoval. Khaylan ke President Elling Lata. Ayo only la nasalage Khan Sogashin Choins Inigation Benina Lata only Kado Benan Nishla. I was looking through your budget here. Khaydi ki la e peso ki e yaha Hudina go Navajo Nation Fair alle. Last year, the Benahaz for 100,000. I don't know which line item that you guys have an amount on here and how you use that money. I'm not saying that you guys did it. Oh, khidigi la e khudat ehgi peso la khadas zoki e chudino ila nsen. Mr. Sandoval, and you also have been around the block many times under different presidents. Mr. Sandoval. Oh, these substations, it's an ongoing problem. It just seems like what about the case? I said that. In case Allah, they do the best they can. Our police officers out there, they do the best they can. We just don't give them enough money. But then, maybe instead of buying a sheep this year, donate all that money to the police force. Or take some of these monies that you guys really don't need, give it to the police force. And maybe from legislative branch as well. We could give all our LDA money to the police force as well. You know? Deep peso. When you guys out campaign, change that, no? Khayla change Allah ete ya. Yesterday I got an email. I sponsored a legislation for carbon credits. We're going to generate approximately 20 million annually. And I was happy to see that the California folks signed that agreement with the Navajo Nation, so we can get started on that. On the 24th Council, my colleagues approved this. Our President finally paid that on nish. It's going to generate revenue. When we meet with the president over there and met with him on hospitality to take over Golding's, President really expressed how he would like to see some money generated from enterprises. Mr. Sandoval, you really advocate for that popcorn and pumpkin over there at NAPI. They don't give nothing, zero. Atten. I would like to know how much money they gave to the Nigerian administration during their campaign. Don't be shaking your head. They don't pay nothing. It's time that they start paying something. Oh, you used to work over there, didn't you? I introduced another legislation, Arcadian Infracom. It was passed by the 23rd RDC for that company to pay NTUA a lot of money. And I thought, this is not right. This company needs to pay the nation, not NTUA. But how you guys going to look for a sponsor to undo that? How come you're not going after the popcorn company as well as the pumpkin patch? I guess you should see all those semis at Kate and zinc popcorn, the pumpkin a day. Maybe that company needs to give that money back to the First Lady, $75,000. Maybe you should write a letter since you used to work for them and you advocate for them. Maybe you need to go over there and tell them, hey, First Lady, based on the
Point of order raised by Chair Crotty. Chair Crotty, what is your point of order?
Yeah, thank you, Shadow Pro Tem. I just raise a point of order so that we can retain some decorum in the conversation. And if you could help facilitate that conversation, thank you.
Chair Naz, there was a point of order that was raised, and I think that I know that we all get very heated. I recently got very, very heated as well. So I'm going to agree with Chair Crotty and just ask that you just be a little bit careful with your words, Shana.
Point of order. Let me see. When there's a violation, there's a violation because Naa'bik'iyati holiya. Sheo koron hichi yashtke. Ahut an hichi yatke. Ahut ah. Nagayran shichiyatke. Shidanaya. Ahut ah. Shichiyatke go. Danenla. Ntahaltzil go sanla. Sanzado hot ego the nendla shitana. Eben nachi hot a yashtkila. The way o shed the lahon de schneider. Kado, Mr. Sandoval, be fair about what you're doing. Eben nadishna. Khayla bohol nela ajan Nish president la khayla khajalan he president iya. Ekilndale nashnido nana atten o nanahalan Hajlin. Dire ya hon chakabaharish to ayo bik khashin at azlin Asian will get 100. So, you know, I'm ready to vote. Ere horidesh ni lo kya.
Akia, Shana, Otto, thank you everyone for being in here. And I know that, again, these conversations do sometimes get heated because we all want to advocate for the services for our Navajo people and to bring in funding. So at this time, we do have another delegate in the lineup. Chair Parrish, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Eugenia Charles Newton. The questions I asked was actually when I was Chair Pro Tem, so that's why I had it written down in my notebook. Okay, so kind of circling back to the document that was requested, the document has been sent out by Ms. Cook in case anybody else is interested in looking at the expenditure rate of the executive offices. If you'd like to look at that document's available. But I was wondering if Ms. Bobroth is, how much more time? Are you ready? Okay. Okay, so I guess one clarification I need for the record that Mr. Mitchell had made twice already was that the Nigerian-Montoya administration was interested in allowing the Office of Miss Navajo Nation to solicit funds through a fund management account and a fund management plan. So is it the Nigerian-Montoya administration's position to have Miss Navajo Nation solicit funds? Because in the breakdown of the budget, there's no reference to the Navajo Nation Fair, so I think there's misinformation between how the office is being funded, because that does play a role in how we allocate funds for the executive office, which is of Office of Miss Navajo. And if the Office of Miss Navajo is not being supported by the Office of the President and Vice President through a annual budget, through a supplemental budget, or through a UUFB request, or even through this year's allocation, and there was indication that the Office of the President and Vice President was supporting the Office of Miss Navajo through the fair, there is no indication of that either. However, you would also like Miss Navajo's office to ask for donations and for the office to function. So I guess I'm having trouble understanding the logic behind that and the official position on the how the Nigerian-Montoya administration stands on having our Miss Navajo ask for donations in order for the office to function. Second of all, Ms. Bobroth, I believe, has emailed out a condition of appropriation on the executive protection services, and it is in regard to the points raised earlier. So, let's see. Let me check if this is... Okay, yes, I would like to... I'll have my questions answered first before I offer this amendment. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton?
Committee members. 2, Navajo Nation Code Section 169 talks about quorum. A quorum shall consist of a simple majority of all voting members of the Navajo Nation Council. We had 2 delegates just now leave, so we don't have a majority. Section 169B states that no resolution, memorial, or motion of the Navajo Nation Council or its standing committees shall be voted on unless a quorum is present. When a quorum is present, any motion or resolution shall be passed if it receives a majority of all votes cast in favor or opposed, unless a larger proportion than a simple majority is required by law. Abstention votes may be cast only when a delegate has a personal interest conflict in the motion of the council or standing committee upon a prior request of the delegate with the conflict. Only a vote in favor and opposed shall be accepted. Any delegate who intentionally fails or refuses to cast a vote shall be declared absent from the entire meeting unless otherwise excused by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. We don't have a quorum, nor do we have the two committee rule. Under Naa'bik'iyati, 2 Navajo Nation Code, Article 5, Section 700, D, as in dog, states a quorum of the committee shall be satisfied by the presence of 2 members of each standing committee or a majority of delegates of the Navajo Nation Council. The physical presence of a quorum is only required to call this meeting to order and for any vote affecting resolution. A quorum is not required for a committee vote on acceptance of a report. With that being said, if you take a look around, committee members, we lost quorum, both requiring the majority as well as the 2 standing committee rule. For Budget and Finance, we only had Chair Shandine Parrish and Delegate Crotty, but Delegate Crotty has left. We have lost quorum. I'm going to ask, Delegate Crotty, are you still in the council chambers? Second call, Delegate Crotty, are you still in council chambers? Last and final call, Delegate Crotty, are you still in council chambers? Before I call this meeting to go into recess, I would like to ask, just for the record, that we do a vote or a roll call at this time, so we have it on the record that we've lost quorum. Staff, can you assist us with this, please? Chair Rick Nez, if you could answer to attendance. Committee members, just for the record, we do have 12 delegates present. Quorum requires a majority, which is 13 delegates. Two-committee rule does not apply at this time. We do have several delegates. We have 3 excused delegates. Delegate Lamardo Asseret has asked to be excused, as well as Delegate Stephen Arvizo and Delegate Chair Brenda Jesus. Committee members, I would like to remind all of us at this time that when we ran, we said that we would be here at these meetings. I always look at our Western delegates because they traveled the farthest to be here. We have our Minella over here, Helena Naa'bik'iyati, who's traveled the farthest and yet she is here. We need to tell our committee members that they need to remain here during committee meetings, and that if they are going to be absent, that they need to communicate with the Speaker's office. We all have a job. I don't know how many of you guys have jobs where if you don't show up, what is it, no show? You get let go of. So take a look around. We lost quorum again. I think this is the most that we've ever lost quorum. I think with 24th, we lost quorum 1 time from what I remember. We've lost quorum again. So at this time, 7:04, we are going to recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. That's what it says on the agenda. 9 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning, Friday. We'll see you all here. Oh, hold on. Delegate James, did you?
Shanale Pro Tem Speaker, maybe we can ask who will be here tomorrow. If not, maybe we can just adjourn and then just resume until next week sometimes.
That's a great idea. So what we'll do is the delegates who are currently here in the room, let's find out who's going to be here so that we all know whether we should be driving in tomorrow. Delegate Shauna Claw, will you be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock? She'll be here. Delegate Vince James, good. Chair Parrish, good. Delegate Yanito, good. Delegate Tolf, no. Delegate Rick Nez, good. Delegate Daniels, no. Delegate Helena Naa'bik'iyati, good. Delegate Andy Naz, good. Maybe, all over the place. Delegate Casey Allen Johnson, good. So, Speaker, you may have to text the delegates who are not here to find out if we are going to have quorum, because I think I'll be here. Because I think that if we're not going to meet quorum, then I think it would be a waste of money for per diem to drive out and not meet quorum. So, thank you, everyone. We are recessed. Drive home safe.